welcome back to Disco Elysium. It's been about a month since I last played. I unfortunately was unable to become the pinball wizard. But that's okay. We got through this door last time, and discovered the secret forbidden pinball machine. And I didn't go any further at that point, so this is where we've left off. So we're going to continue on now.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Let's do it.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for two people to fit in.
Or one guy in a giant multi-tool. I'm sorry, Kim, you're gonna have to catch the next one.
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
Let's see.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
It's a shame that you die in this scene and that the game just ends here unresolved.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
That's optimistic.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Oh.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
That checks out.
A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago.
Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? If I die, I just load my save, right? What am I even doing here? Oh, I'm hunting Ruby, that's right. I'm looking for Ruby who skipped town after the hanging. Sorry, lynching. Pinball Maker's Coat. Kim, do you need a new jacket? Found a new jacket for you, man.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Hold on, I'm moving my microphone so it's closer to my face.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure.
Not
But I do like
not gonna
a
matter.
little connection.
Not gonna matter even a little bit.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion.
You know, almost everything that Kim has said has not been part of the case has turned out to be part of the case. Except for, ignore the things that's not true for. But if you don't take those into account, Kim has been wrong every time. So,
Determined to go forward.
Silent Snake, thanks so much for the resub.
He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
Stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this.
I like how our entire MO is to piss Gart off. Like, no matter what, just find new and inventive ways to piss off Gart.
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
You gotta do the counter spells. I need to make sure I keep my wardrobe organized. There we go.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left the pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways. This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom-made or old-fashioned. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is.
It happens, you know.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. Between that and that.
Yeah, we've already solved the case. Wrapped it up. We already went home for the day. This is me and Kim coming back to our shared apartment. Boyfriend and boyfriend.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week, too. You know, officer.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball memory.
We should mention Kimball again.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
Hell yeah, it does.
It means someone snuck through what seemed like a secret route, leading to the roof, from where you can shoot our victim. This is significant. These prints, officer, could be the prints of our killer.
Kim loves me, and I love him back. And I'm not afraid to say that. A lot of these are not useful to me anymore. I don't know where it's most useful for me to put my points, I guess. I guess I could forget some of these. What's the one that did nothing for me? It was just stupid. Is it just the one more door? I think it was the one more door I was saying I was going to lose. I guess I can lose the Arnova and Ike as well if I decide I want to. We're trying to solve a murder. Is there anything I would want to learn in the meantime? Like, if I spend a point to forget something, I want to have a plan for what thing I'm going to have take its place. Date of birth generator. You know what? That feels like that's going to be interesting. So let's forget this shit. And I have a point that I can put toward encyclopedia. I'll save this other point for right now. Let me get my outfit back together. Not that. So it's these. That. Did I have a different hat I was wearing? I don't think I did. Okay. Mr. Everett is helping us find our gun, that's true. Tiny
You can
hole.
almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural.
Like sex?
This is the barred door you tried to kick in before.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions. Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear. She slowly...
Shut up, drama.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle. Nacra, this is used. The lieutenant...
Yeah, I've already been through all that. Well, Gart. You're gonna be really interested to know about how fucked up the ghosts are around here.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Yeah, the church is actually my life. I fucking rock that shit. Told you I'd rock that shit.
It was alright. Subdued. I might start letting people up there again. Now, what can I do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really holding himself back here. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Okay, what is back there?
No, nothing. The big gaping maw at the end of time.
There is no gaping maw. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. That's okay.
It's your building, my guy.
But please do still tell me.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Pinball is stupid.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make of one.
If you're thinking about selling those pinball machines, I want a fat cut. See, sweet shit.
Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel any better, I'm not planning to sell them. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
The color has drained from his face.
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it. It wasn't me. It wasn't my staff. The establishment will look at it and ascertain what it was.
Well, he's definitely not lying. He wouldn't endanger this business like that.
Sir, he was only asking a question. It's his job and mine. See that it's covered.
Yes, I absolutely will. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. And now a hole in the wall. Thank you, I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area?
Oh, don't ask me to answer that.
Revolutionary tilework, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without that.
Doomed Hostel has kind of a nice ring to it. You know what I mean?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
Yeah. That's capitalism.
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
Oh, you'd love this book club I'm a part of?
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
Well, well, well. Gart has a soul after all. Well, too bad it's doomed then.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up? Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
Hey, what about Kim? What the fuck? What's this guy got against Kim?
Yeah, neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Yes?
Goodbye.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
I don't know who this guy is, but I hate him.
What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
That was... Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches.
Thank you. I know you really mean it.
Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to...
Please, please, I can only handle so many compliments.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse. And I really liked it.
She actually did.
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
Yeah, that'd be fucked up. We're doing well around here. We're doing well.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Oh,
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
that's all I needed.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
Okay, he doesn't have anything interesting. Keep up, Kim.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Not yet, but I was able to convince the database people.
Okay, so
In the cabin, you
I just need to wait for tomorrow. I couldn't remember whether... I mean, I couldn't remember how many days had passed since I had turned in that. Kim, please, you're crowding me.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Hell yeah, comrade!
Ah, I should have known. This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Well, well, well. What do we have here with this creaky
As you
floorboard?
look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Well, that's heavy.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear, we welcome all kinds of people here. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No.
The truth, sire.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Yo, Zed, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
37 months, jeez, that's such a long time.
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cause a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
Duskrise, thanks so much for the resub as well. I appreciate it.
No, she's a fighter.
Matter of fact.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son. She really believes that.
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
Yo, Gilder, thanks so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. We're back to Disco Elysium. We're, trying to find a suspect who has fled.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
That's right. I can click on everything. You'll see. Welcome, welcome.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here, get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
The Feld electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Look even closer.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
A primer for small kids. Good. Let's take this. The children obviously do not need it. They are brilliant. But I, an adult, definitely need it more.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved.
Ooh, a bear?
This book will show you the score. Get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life. The alphabet.
I cannot wait to learn about the alphabet.
Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet, with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows. A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston.
Phlogiston,
G is for gamut. H is for homeboy.
Homeboy.
I is for econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum.
Laudanum.
M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion.
Perihelion, a great word for kids.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith. That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Kim, I know the alphabet now.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
Jackass. Kim is so full of shit, he couldn't even let me have this one thing. Alright, what are the locations? Boardwalk, Island, and Land's End. Kim thinks he's so smart.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
I don't think I ever made it back here.
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
Hey, that's my line. Am I gonna fall through?
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet.
Okay, so if you're hungry...
It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk,
oh God.
Starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
That's really sad.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
Rubowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
I feel like I shouldn't click step on the floorboards, right? Like, this is the rake. There's a rake here, and I would be stepping on it. Except for the rake is a floorboard.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above that you need to stop drinking.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
I was trying to be introspective, not sorry, cop. I didn't know I'd get hit with the morale mix-up.
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
Yeah, Kim. You should consider the possibility we're dealing with a sequence killer here.
Without any further evidence, yes. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab. That's so true.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
I feel like there's probably a lot of interesting stuff here if I say, yeah, what if we stretch this out for another hour?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn it.
Okay. Is there anything else to interact with around here? I don't think so. That's interesting. I never even saw that passageway back there. I imagine it was always there. I don't imagine it's new, but... I kind of feel like I want to call it in before it turns to 6 o'clock, so... So I'll come back and talk to those people.
Inside, you see a set of stereo levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
There might be a sequence killer on the loose.
No field autopsy necessary.
If I had said the other thing and we had to do a field autopsy, I bet there's something interesting there. I bet I just missed something interesting.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database. Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Oh no.
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him. 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? 57th.
In the cabin, you see...
I mean, that's a lead. Is the smoker still in the cafeteria?
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
I thought talking to him would be sufficient, but I might have to actually go by the Cape Side Apartments. Hey everyone, I just wanted to remind you that I love Kuna.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup allons. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Majon. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up, nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
Is she gonna shoot me? Why would she invite me in? That's silly. Never let the police into your house. What the fuck? I'm just gonna search your house really quickly, ma'am. Don't mind me. Don't think anything of it. This is normal police business. Sometimes I just search a home when I walk in. Are you talking to me? Oh, me. Yeah, sorry.
It's you from the book stand.
Oh, it's her.
Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
I feel like if one of my plus ones is kept your composure, I'm gonna say something stupid and make this harder for myself. So, have you been?
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me. What is this about, officer?
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask me. Get comfortable.
I can't believe I called that. Okay, just go for it, whatever.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
God, do I just say he's dead like that?
Yes. That's the most important thing. Use that word. No euphemisms. This is what you came here for.
I'm really curious what an empathy failure for this one looks like. Is it just, he's like, it seems that your husband has flown off to the great beyond. He's riding that silvery rainbow off into the sky right now.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
I mean, I don't know that it was an accident. I don't want to say a lie to her. She's grieving. But I also don't want to make it sound like I'm being careless with this.
Was he drunk?
I don't want to say yes to that. That's not fair to her.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
How do games do this? Like, I don't understand. The only interaction I've ever had with this lady is a joke interaction where I hugged her in front of a bookstore for too long. And I don't even know the guy. He's just a digital painting portrait I saw of a guy who died, and somehow this still, like, breaks my heart.
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. You did enough. Can't save the whole world, you know.
Can't bring the dead back.
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased. That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
I do think video games, by sort of forcing you to engage thoughtfully with the content, makes it a much different experience than like if this exact same scenario played out in a movie or a book, like, it wouldn't be heart-wrenching to me. In a movie, if like a character saw a dead guy, figured out what happened to him, and then told the wife and she was sad, like, I don't think that would affect me the same. But like, I'm in here, right? Like, this is a part of me is this character having to go through this. So
they'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Let's go.
It's just kind of interesting, the power of video games as a storytelling medium. Yeah, I'm not saying that sorry, I feel like that distracts from my point. I'm not saying a movie can't catch you in the same way. I'm saying I think games, something interactive like this catches you differently.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want?
Host Almighty. He's a total bummer now.
Shut up, Inland Empire.
Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is what I just done.
I didn't know if you'd have anything in extra. Well, it's not particularly late, so I'm gonna head back and continue the search for Ruby. This is stupid. Why am I walking? Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, Hypercam, is that I think as an interactive medium, games have the power to pull a lot more from a lot less. Maybe that's the better way of phrasing my takeaway. Hey, Austin. It's a heavy game. I mean, I don't blame anyone who has chosen not to come to these streams. I knew going into it, everyone told me that this game was pretty heavy. And I think simultaneously it hasn't been as bad as I was expecting, and was also worse than I was expecting. That doesn't make any sense, I know, but I think it's somehow been both.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away." Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice.
What do you mean by that, Forrest? You mean based on how I build my character and the paths I take in this game, I could have had a worse time with it, it could have been harder?
Feld Electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I have every... Look at all of these little things that are playing into passing this check.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. trying to talk to the wind. The city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas? A prayer of sorts to Rivershaw.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
I don't understand why is it offering it to me again?
The once bright mural towers above you.
It looks like the same exact text, so I think it's the same exact check, like it's just giving me the option to read it again.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades standing, a cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Could the instigator be inside? This feels like the sort of game that happens so often where it's so good and I just desperately want a sequel and they'll never make one.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
I don't necessarily know that this exact same character would work in another game. Like, I don't know that you could, like, just pick up Harry and move him into the next game and it would make as much sense. Like, this game is so structurally organized around Harry having retrograde amnesia. But it's like a world that feels like it's worth exploring more, and the game's design itself feels like it could just continue to work indefinitely. Yeah, similar mechanical narrative vein is kind of what I'm getting at more.
Abigail? Abigail, where are you? Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Abigail? Don't call.
I think one of the things that I do really enjoy about this game is you are rewarded mechanically for just being genuinely interested in interacting with the narrative structure. Like, so many games are like, here's a story, and if the story doesn't feel sometimes like it is leading you toward progression in the game, it can sometimes feel unimportant. I don't know. But like, this game, it's like, hey, you figured something out, or you made some meaningful breakthrough on an idea, and I don't know. Number go up.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Hey, tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Not this again. I was hoping that we were done with it.
Only echoes remaining of human faces? That's a pretty good apocalypse. I wouldn't mind if it came down to that.
This guy gets me. This guy understands.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back, no word from my business buddies. Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it. All right. Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs! Abs!
The man mumbles incoherently.
Hey! Goddamn Abigail is here. Wake up! Wake up! I'll be damned. That's what we have Rosemary for. You can help, right?
Sure, I can fucking help. You need a signature. I got you a signature. Fucking cops, man. Always hassling the poor folk. You know what? I'm keeping the pen, and that's the end of it.
Oh. Sorry, Kim. Might be.
Glad to have been of assistance. After all this time, I feel like I've made a difference.
Feels like a 1,000 fucking real, man. Doing good.
The incapacitated drunk lay there snoring like an ancient rusting tractor.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay, what's on your mind? We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't call. Don't call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out.
Bummer.
So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. Your Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember?
No.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
No, I don't want to lose morale.
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk.
Is this story gonna take a while?
Word on the street is you
Yes.
went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this, we get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Is there a version of the story where you get to it?
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will.
I won't.
Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!"
Ah, so I've always been Apocalypse Cop.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things. After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Women or women with an umlaut?
How they're beautiful and
there it
also
was.
whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Kim, earmuffs. This isn't for you.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
I'm gonna die in this conversation. This is the conversation where I'm going to die.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
This is about my precinct, Kim, not you. You're great.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
Fuck yeah.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
I don't think I like this gentleman very much. I think he sucks as much as past me did.
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you.
Okay, that does sound like me.
You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
He sounds too joyful recounting my fuck-ups to me. Like, I feel like if I were telling someone about how broken they were, I would be gentler.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
I don't know, you seem pretty confident in the free market. Shouldn't you be pulling yourself up by your bootstraps?
You might get scammed here.
Booze! Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Sure, why not?
Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the working man going.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know.
Wow, a lot of time has passed since this conversation started.
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual.
Oh.
A founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
You know, if you really think about it, like thinking about it really, and you reread this paragraph right here, none of these are real words. Not a single one of these is in the Bible. It's just a high concept creative services agency is not a real thing. That's a thing that people with money invent to get other people who have money to give them some of their money. That's not a real thing.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person.
Nope.
I developed the
Just
paradigm, worked
power
within
through
the
it.
paradigm. But the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
This man has jerked off to a digital ape before. That's all I'm saying.
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
The sound of keys to my Jaguar, by the way. Did I mention that I drove a Jaguar?
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
Now seems to be a good time to be having a homosexual breakthrough.
His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Exactly how wet are we talking, exactly? This feels like I'm listening to, what's his name? Patrick Bateman? There's something about this guy's delivery and what he's talking about that is giving me real Patrick Bateman vibes.
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
Because I do not have mail delivered to my home. My assistant picks it up from my P.O. box.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
If it were me, I would not have landed on my ass. Built different. Built different every day.
No, you don't.
Okay, shut up.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up.
That's because you are a high-value individual in charge of a creative services agency.
So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
I feel for you so deeply.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office. I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation.
It's the cadence of your voice. It sounds like a salesman.
People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
I'm sorry. I feel like I just got hit by a wild combo with literally zero tell.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Shut up, empathy. Oh. I like that empathy isn't just nice, you know? Empathy could easily be viewed as an entity to make you connect with people in a positive way. I like that sometimes empathy dunks on these fools.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
And that made me very sad, because I could see the chaise lounge inside, and I would like to lay down on the chaise lounge.
Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the reality.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
That's the dumbest fucking story I've ever heard. If you get locked out of your apartment, you don't just lose the apartment. It's not just like, not your apartment now.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
None taken. Both me, the player, and me, Harry Dubois, both hate cops. You don't have to worry about that.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansorique Lycra tracksuit.
I had suddenly become a temporarily embarrassed millionaire.
You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Alright, yeah.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
I cannot listen to this man anymore. My apologies.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
That is a bonus. That's your... I can see the value in that.
You take the legal documents. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center.
That's fine. They all seem like they like kids.
This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well... Neat.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol.
Snakes or intestinal worms?
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Don't say it.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Oh, man.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
I wonder if physical instrument will let you drink it if you don't pass that check there. And what that means for you and your future in playing this game. Hello?
I'll just keep the Corda Leche in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Uh-huh.
Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
What would I do in that circumstance, Surf Wizard?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for
Who says I'm
weeks now,
not?
so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Corda Leche red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
I'm not so brain poisoned to think that there is subtext in that line, but I am brain poisoned enough to think that there's some subtext in that line.
How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The
Hey,
street
that's
has
what
no
I thought,
name,
but didn't
all
say
the
out
men are
loud
dead
because I'm not a
or missing.
dipshit.
And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
Like, we're gonna start a reaction YouTube channel? You're right to be scared. This is all your fault.
Maybe. Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Sealindian, Isla. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. It's a pity. Most of these people will never know what this place means, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit?
I mean, honestly, Harry, how much could a bottle of magnesium cost? 10 real? Hey, Cactuar, thank you so much for the GL. I plan to have a lot of L, and so thank you. My favorite thing about this little room is its uselessness. My L has not been very G so far, to be honest. Oh, okay. I just, ate every magnesium I have, by clicking too close to this corner of the screen. Gosh, I really wish I could remove this button on screen and change it to a hotkey or something. That would be sick. I believe you can. It's like a weird habit to just click a bunch. Maybe the answer is I should be smarter.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. In the distance you can hear the breakers roar.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rugs.
He pronounces lieutenant differently than the other lady who pronounced lieutenant, but ostensibly they both have vaguely French accents, but he pronounces it much more English than she did. Because the comms operator, the radio operator, pronounced it lieutenant, and he says it in a very English way. I don't know. That just popped into my head.
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
Tiomotiri was a Revacholian colony on Ilmaran. The Suzerainties population was mostly Ilmaran Areopagites, up to 97%. The region was known for its tobacco export, hence the name.
I want to know a lot more about it.
Oh, you do? The butts you saw had a silhouette of a boy wearing a coffee
Why would I even click
a
that,
tobacco
though?
picker.
Like,
This
what was the
boy
point?
Is the Tiamatiri brand logo. Contemporary Rivisholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, a legendary cigarette from Grad. Tiamatiri is favored by older men who like its old-fashioned paper filter tips, insane amount of tar, and the sweet smells of colonialism and halva.
Who's that guy that makes the Dark Souls lore videos, but he mostly just makes everything up and it's all bullshit? Has anyone done that with Disco Elysium? Are there videos that like go deep into the Vati video? Thank you. Has anyone done that with like Disco Elysium? Like tried to piece together some whack lore video? I hope so. I hope that exists out there. Alright. No, I was definitely referring to Vati Vidya, I just couldn't remember his name. Took the shoot there. Maybe he took the shoot there.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
That doesn't terribly surprise me. See you later. I mean, the guy who makes lore videos where everything's totally invented from whole cloth and it's mostly just filling time. You're telling me that that's where he went after he stopped stealing from other people? I'm shocked. Deeply shocked.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
It does look extremely rickety, and wouldn't help much either. There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the Whirling in Rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
I don't think I want to give this to my editor because I don't think that you could put together a cogent highlight reel of this game. I just feel like it would be absolute nonsense. I don't know if there would actually be any good meat on that bone. Super cut of... The thing is, the problem is that there's been a lot of like good moments from this playthrough. Like I can think of moments that were real highlights, real great moments. But the problem is that like if you condense them all into a 10-minute highlight reel, it is a video that is absolutely unintelligible. It's like funny moments out of context, so they stop being funny, I guess. I don't know.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
From here to the Whirling? I can't see how. The church is in the way.
I'm just thinking about the way he says gendarme. I need to go talk to that guy and tell them that I had a homosexual breakthrough. I don't know if it'll matter to him, but it matters to me. I love that I love that it said that I was going to stop obsessing over my sexuality, and then it immediately said after that, I should tell Kim that I'm going to stop obsessing about my sexuality. I just thought that was very funny. Got a good laugh out of that one. And you're saying I'm not allowed to drink this. I don't think I've mentioned it to Kim. Let me see if I can tell Kim.
Yes?
I have big news, Kim.
Okay.
Actually, as I'm saying this, I realize I would not be telling the truth.
Okay. Was there anything else?
He's not the least bit curious about what you plan to say.
Okay. Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now.
He turns his attention elsewhere.
Just one thing, though.
What? You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now. But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mind project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
That's the truth.
This conversation's not over. Kim, I have a feeling that this is going to come up again later. That was incredible. Thank you for reminding me that I hadn't actually talked to him about it. Anyway, I need to talk to him about how I'm no longer obsessing about anyone's sexuality.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
You might have thought that was a waste of my time. But in fact, I got to hear him say gendarme again, so you would be wrong. My favorite part about the way he says gendarme is the part where my heart flutters a little bit. I enjoy that a lot. Yeah, Cheese Master, this is like 30 hours in. Apparently, everyone's projections for how long this game would take me were so far off the mark. I believe 4 sessions ago, I asked how much longer this game was going to take me, and I was told maybe 1 or 2 more sessions. But I just keep getting nerd sniped by wanting to see more of the game. Well, in everyone's defense, they were letting me know that I was 1 or 2 sessions away if I stuck to the critical path. Not that was a realistic expectation for me. I get exasperated with some of the dialogue, like, when it feels like it's dragging on, but it almost always has a payoff, which I think is, it's about the highest compliment I can pay. I am not really into, like, visual novels and things where, it's less gameplay and more talking, and this is all more talking. That's the game is the more talking.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
I wonder if there's any dialogue in this game that has never been seen before. I wonder if there's any, like, path through this game that is so hyper-specific, so obscure, that to this point nobody's ever seen it. There's just so much here, it feels like if any game has the potential for that, it would be something like this. Like something that requires just the right set of triggers in the right order, that's uncommon enough, that just, it's never been seen.
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer. There's no echo, and no answer.
Damn, that music's getting real ominous. Ho! Thank you for reminding me of Melvin and the Melvins. That brought me a little bit of joy to think about that. I do genuinely wish there were a reasonable way for me to re-enjoy the Might and Magic games, because those were so much fun to play, but I don't, aside from just like, I'm going to replay it because, I don't really think there's many stones left unturned there. It was just a really enjoyable time, but I think it was a really enjoyable time probably once. I mean, I already did the merge mod, so I basically played all 3 games twice. So I guess I should just appreciate how much I got out of it and accept that that's all there is. I'm not inviting feedback on this, but I am getting a little frustrated that I can't seem to figure out what 2 locations this is referring to. I feel like I've been somewhat thorough over here, so either there's like a whole location over here I'm not even aware of. I mean, I have been finding areas that I totally missed, so it's believable that could happen. But it's a little annoying. I'm trying to find the other 2 locations. Like, I've been up here. I assume this is what they meant by the boardwalk. I've been on the other boardwalk as well. Also, this other task told me to return to the Feld mural and consult the wind if I don't know what to do. I'm not sure if it just wants me to... I don't have a great read on it, whether or not it's telling me that this is going to give me further hints, or if this is the next thing I need to do, is to consult the mural again.
The once bright mural towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs. And then, the beach below the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Hey, Shivers.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Savoir-faire, please.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails. An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the fell building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions, perhaps a basement access. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. An ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe. A very, very faint smell of stale liquor still lingers. Or is it just your imagination?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either.
Buddy, I've got so much of whatever this is nosafed.
However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. And it's right here, a maintenance door.
I love that I get credit for all the stuff that I've broken into. That rules. Thank you, physical instrument. Shivers is growing on me. I think I got a bad read on Shivers early on because it felt inane one of the times it came up and it just didn't stop.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and half sunken in sand. The metal doors are heavy and the
almost
rust hurts your palms.
2 6s.
But together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Oh my god, are you my mom? Fine, I'll take out my flashlight. Jesus. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna metagame for a second. Now that we've found out that Kim is one of the gays, I kind of don't want to forget this, even though it provides me no benefit, just in case there's the possibility that me and Kim get to be boyfriend and boyfriend later, but only under the circumstance where I have thought about the homosexual underground. I'm banking on this. I'm investing myself and my energy into the possibility that I might be able to be boyfriend and boyfriend with Kim. Don't read too much into this, but I want to hold hands with him. Where do I want to put my points? I feel like drama could be fun. We've just got a lot of points sitting around. Let's put another one into Encyclopedia. And... Wonder if I would like having anything from Motorics. Maybe Composure? Military fetishists. Okay, so not that. Instrument players. I think I'm probably past the point in the game where interfacing is going to do shit for me, but... Why do I have a little crown on perception? What's that mean? Oh, it was... Oh, okay. Is it... Would it tell me too much if, Would it spoil too much if I asked what my signature skill actually does for me? Like, is that a... Is that anything? Like, has that played some role that I just don't understand? Is that really all it is just an initial +1 point? Okay. Okay. I just wasn't sure if, I just wasn't sure if, that being my signature skill affected anything else. Oh, it increased the skill cap for all things in that category. Oh, so, my max points in all of Motorics were benefited by Perception being my signature skill. Got it. Okay. Interesting. Little, like, mechanical things like that. I don't... It doesn't feel spoilery to me. I didn't want to go anywhere. I just... Hey, go back. There will be plenty of time to play the objective once I'm done goofing off. Why is electrochemistry's cap so much higher?
These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
Was it the superstar? Chemistry. Yeah, learning cap raised to 6 for chemistry. Electrochemistry.
The why is easy. Because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here. You will be disappointed.
Cool.
All you find here is pain.
If I have the cash for it later, I think I'm gonna finally, buy those shoes. The Feln shoes. I feel like there's gotta be like a secret objective to get all the pieces of the Feln outfit. +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. Yes. Finally, my time has come.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist.
Buddy, I couldn't have been more communist.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Pyroy. But we'll do our best. Have a good night.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? The lights of Martinez shine coolly in the clear night.
It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Remember, kids, if you go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
I'd prefer it if you called me comrade. Sounds like Ruby. An unnatural buzzing.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you are the sensitive one.
Wow. feeling kind of called out right now. And strangely seen.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
It will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but... You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm at like a weird impasse where the game's like... If you go any further, loose threads may not be able to be resolved.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Huh. Maybe I want to look around a little bit? I mean, I feel like I'm going to be a little bit bothered if I leave a whole bunch of loose threads that I never see through to completion, but I guess that's like the point of why you would want to come back to this game. I mean, I guess it really can't be helped unless I just, like, putz around and call it a day, right? Like, I mean, that's gonna be that. There's not really another way around it, I don't think. You gonna tell me that I'm never gonna resolve the date of birth generator? It's only got 3 hours to go.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabin without resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
No, I don't mean that I'm stuck in here. I mean that my choice is to, like, either make the progress that the game has put a giant red flag on and said, this is your progress, just go do it already, or putzing around and, like, I'm not sure that I feel like I can justify putzing around.
It's slightly, ever so slight. Your hand shakes. It takes about half an hour. It would be very interesting to read about these. Wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sick. That's
all right. I'm gonna just power through
Don't
these
worry,
because it's
one
gonna
day
burn
they
time.
still catch the man. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it.
What?
In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location.
Those fuckers.
They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They looked really cool, like a rock band.
Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes.
Absolutely.
Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual.
So they did it for the gram, is what you're saying.
Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Tam, tam, tam.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker.
Really busting my balls.
Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains.
Hello, Emma.
Running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was Joseph Mills a good cop? Well, no. Because he was a cop.
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
No, roughly on par for the average cop.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing, just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
Is that all hookah really is? Is it really just like soot and water vapor? I don't get it then. I don't understand it. What is hookah made of? What is hookah? Hookah is tobacco? That's what I always thought. He made it sound Like, not tobacco. Like, nothing. It's a well, okay. Grigor, you can't say multiplayer bong. That's not a sentence. I'm not sweethearts, all of you, my loves. I'm not confused about what a hookah device is. I'm asking you, my darlings, what the thing you smoke in it is. Like, what are you inhaling?
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie
Very
deal
damp
gone sour.
tobacco, okay.
Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
I'd always assumed it was some sort of tobacco, but I guess I never really gave it any thought, and so when he described it as just smoking soot or whatever, I was like, wait, I don't actually know enough about hookah to know... I don't really know enough about hookah to know what the joke is there. I can't imagine trying to clean resin, like your weed residues out of a hookah. The hookah pipes would probably be nearly impossible to clean, I'd have to imagine.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
Stephen was a real hookah head. That's what everyone called him, Hookah Head Steve.
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
What's the hit rate on 10th graders knowing what a bong is? Well, I was about the uncoolest 10th grader you could imagine. I am aware that this will come as a shock to you, but I was not what most people would consider cool at that age. I'll give you just a moment to kind of internalize that thought. But I knew what a bong was. I definitely knew what a bong was. Well, I was in both drama and chorus. I performed in the school musicals. I did show choir, so we danced to our songs. Anyway, I feel like I'm painting an appropriate picture here for you. I took AP classes.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Only 85%, huh? Alright. What can I do to kill another hour? Y'all want to hear about another case that we've already heard about?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Did I ever do Rocky Horror? I don't know if you're referring to, like, having done it at school. Obviously, I never did it at school, but when I was in high school, there was a movie theater where a local group did Rocky Horror live showings the first Friday of every month. I went for several years, once a month, but I never performed with them. A friend of mine did, though. A friend of mine one time went, and whoever was playing Rocky was sick or something, and they were just like, hey, anyone in the audience want to just do it? And so he went up there with them. It was pretty fun.
It takes about this one, cause of the mere true love.
Yeah.
People caught
Very
the
cool.
graffito. The crew at the 9,000, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out, in any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well.
Well, that killed some
Not
time.
much is
You got anything going on, Kim, that you want to talk about for like 10 minutes? 18 minutes? You got a story you want to tell me that'll take exactly 18 minutes, Kim?
Yes?
You got 18 minutes worth of story?
What do you want to know?
Let's go over the
You mean
preliminary
like a brief?
information.
3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been
Mega
stripped of
cool.
his Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know?
The lieutenant adjusts his...
Good.
That took you 1 minute, Kim. Kim is nothing if not succinct. He really just gets to the point, doesn't he? Love that for him. Love that for him and love that for us.
It's the ledger you found. It takes about half an
unsolvable
Leslie,
case.
The only way for Leslie threatening fines. It's plain to see from the files that no, he must have in the process killed them. He came at can't get out, which is
Yeah.
not much.
Thank you.
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
I can't wait to see these bonuses. Oof. Oof, my bones. Oof, all my bones. Oh, -1 difficulty to all physique passives. So that's to my benefit. I accept. I want to do one thing. I'm sorry that I'm going to click this thing. It's just, the curiosity's getting to me too much to not click it, so if it bothers you that it exists and bothers you more that I'm going to click it, I apologize.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You.
Okay, that was the whole
You
thing?
stare at it.
Got it.
Your hand.
I was just really curious, like, what that was going to lead to. Well, intrusive thoughts aren't great, and that one in particular is rough and fraught, but my curiosity was getting to the point where I could not ignore it any longer. The first time I saw it, I was appalled, and the second time I saw it, I was curious, and the curiosity would not leave me.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. but her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Ma'am, you know you can turn this off, right?
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Telling her she's under arrest seems like the wrong call here.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here.
Yes, I'm assessing the scene right now, and the way I would describe you at this moment is reasonable.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing, it's the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Gotta be real with you, now does not seem like the sort of time. Encyclopedia, do you want to chime in here, or?
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
I'm really impressed by everyone just holding a normal fucking conversation right now.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Kim's not doing too well. Kim's not holding his composure. He should have put some of his points into composure like I did.
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
I absolved myself morally by sticking my hand into the torture machine first. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
If you're a dumb enough schmuck to buy a used car this weekend, then you're a dumb enough schmuck to come down to Big Bill Hell's Cars.
Damn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
So do I. Wait, does she have my gun? Joke's on you, that thing barely works.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Not anymore, no. This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Thank God I put something in the pain threshold, Jesus. Unless this fails. If it fails, then... Fuck, why did I put all those points into pain threshold?
You did it. The compressor is broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
No, I do not have my gun. Come on down to Spatula City. We've got spatulas and nothing else.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Come on.
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
I don't want to tell her to run off. I want to talk to her.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated. I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
The plain red tent, it was pitched.
I mean, it's someone's private journal here, Kim.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
Determined to go forward.
Debra, thank you so much for the resub.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Who writes like that? Are there people... I've never been able to keep a journal. It's just not... I've tried a few times, but it's not really the way I organize my thoughts. I don't feel like I would write the way that I talk. Like a half-thought sentence and then...
She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
That makes sense.
I just don't think she killed a mercenary. It's mostly a gut feeling, though, since we let her walk out without hearing her side of the story. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I wouldn't go so far as to... Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Wida's. Could have been Titus. Then again...
T-Man wouldn't fuck me over. Yeah, everyone's different. I was just thinking out loud about how that seems foreign to me.
Either way, We need to keep an eye on him. Somewhere along the way, we might have been fed a lie or two. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
T-Man wouldn't fuck me over like that. Not on my watch. I'm helping Mr. Everett find his gun. I always wished I would be able to organize my thoughts that way. I have tried several times in my life to journal, because I've heard it is helpful for some people, but it just never really, I never really was able to stick to it. Maybe it's not letting me fast travel because I can't. Like, I actually have to walk this one out and run into something. Well, for whatever reason, it's not letting me fast travel, despite the fact that I should be in the right location.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest stops right now, officer. We should really get back to the whirling.
Ah, so we're in the end game, I see. I understand.
Stop. Now. It is time.
Buddy, you can't just move the camera like that. It doesn't work.
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
I think the camera got fucked up here.
Arm yourself with anything you can, unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun, then just walk to your death. I can talk you out of it, whatever it is. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I didn't ever find my gun. Mr. Everett.
I'm all out of shits to give,
Okay.
Loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Look at the fucking voyeur Gart up there on the balcony. Like, he's just here for a show.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
Damn. Rude Halloween Town. Just like, look at this guy. Fucking, look at that portrait. He's like the Reaper.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons.
Did Kim forget he has a gun?
No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Why did I not find my lost gun?
Yeah? Who did that?
It was me. I don't know who it is. I'm not going to just like point to Titus and have them shoot Titus. I mean, there's more than enough good reasons for them to shoot Titus, but okay, I am making a compelling argument for myself here.
How fucking convenient.
I could point to Gart. Does this go somewhere good? I kind of want this to go somewhere good.
One of us? You saying we? What if I just shot one of your pals here right now? Huh? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me we fucking killed our own colonel one more time.
I don't think he did. I think Jack Skellington maybe had a shot at it.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
I'd still like them to explain the Spirit Halloween dude. I feel like I should ask about it, but I feel like if you ask about the dude from Spirit Halloween, then they're gonna probably shoot again.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminine, the native islanders. The 2 little white figures in the end are from when they moved to Revachol. They're recent.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
Hey man, now feels like a bad time.
Easy. Easy now. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. I have some trivia, too. Get him interested in facts.
Hey Encyclopedia, as much as I love Tureal, and I do love Tureal, now doesn't seem like a great time.
You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time, burn villages. Shit that sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer, either. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Did it?
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
Okay, I think we can all agree that if you really must shoot someone, that we can all vote on who we think. What if we all just, like, put a name in a hat of the guy, of the person that you should shoot?
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Does feel like I made a mistake not arresting her then. I don't feel like telling them they're drunk is gonna make them calm down. And I don't like those odds.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
So I fail a suggestion check, or I mention that I'm not armed. Hey, feel like I've got a lot of good options on the table. I don't feel like I want to talk to him about his dead friend if I'm going to fail the check. I think if I fail the check and decide to talk about his dead friend, I'm gonna say something like, yeah, good thing he's dead, and then I get shot. Like the...
What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
I don't think I have any additional information. Nothing's coming to mind at the moment. He'll shoot me. He'll shoot me. He'll shoot me.
Rude. Kill him.
Well, that's not ideal.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
I have my communist hat and everything. Are these guys not comrades?
And Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you.
I can't believe I'm gonna die without having ever bought the fallen track shoes. I'm never gonna have the full outfit.
Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces.
Alright, well, here it goes.
The shot rings and you stumble.
That was a great
Something violently
time.
tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force.
It was a great time to heal.
A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder.
If I had track shoes, I would have definitely been able to run out of the path of that bullet. It's a no-brainer, honestly.
The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
We almost made it, honestly.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
That's a bummer, because Kim's not a great shot.
He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again. Then, 2 shots ring out, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Geysers? Geysers? The British pronounce this geezers. Really?
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Not looking good for our boy Harry Dubois.
A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass. and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it. Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... who cares? No one wants you anyway. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me.
I don't think me and Kim are going to be boyfriend and boyfriend.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
I've never wished to have more authority in my entire life. Come on, you cannot tell me this is how this game fucking ends.
There. Behind. You hear your bloody lips mumble, but he does not understand. He does not look into your eyes and see the fear there. He does not trust you. He just shakes his head, still crouched over you. You hear a distant gunshot, velvety smooth. A red circle has appeared on the lieutenant's jacket. It's growing fast. Like a pillow, he falls on you, cold nylon and blood slumped on you as the lights go out. All the lights. The last thing you hear is the sound of his spectacles landing on the pavement next to you.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Kim, there is no Kim. There is no fight. It's over. It was.
Have mercy on yourself. Take the door.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, It was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see Kuno's familiar shape in the found pants. It turns double, then triple from the pain. He says,
Coinslot's dead? Just kidding, Pigo. The boo-boo wagon took the Beano cloud away. He's probably gonna live. To the hospital, fucktard! Try to keep up with Kuno?
What?
Thank God. Okay, he's alive.
They say you got a lot of people killed, like half the town. They say you didn't do shit. I guess that's cool. So I thought I'd stick around.
He's not saying Kuno, he's saying I, and not calling you a or a pig. Is he ill or something?
Nah, Kuno's just off speed for a few days. Being off speed makes Kuno sad. Makes Kuno think about shit. Sure, Kuno's gonna help you with that. Kuno's in a given mood right now. Yeah, it was a fucking massacre. You and Kuno are the only ones left here.
Relax. The kid is just messing with you. You didn't actually get thousands of people killed. There were only 10 people present at the fight. 10 times more than that is very unlikely.
You tore some shit up there, pig. Got shot too. How would Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking doctor. Kuno thinks you got shot twice. In the shoulder and in the leg. The leg's pretty fucking nasty. But a doctor looked you over and took the bullet out. The shoulder's fine, probably. The doc didn't seem too worried about it. Said the bullet went right through.
The bullet must have passed through your shoulder blade, missing your lung and your heart. You lucky son of a bitch.
Are your legs attached to Kuno? Can the Kuno move your legs? The fuck should I know?
You can walk. If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone. You're a psycho locomotor.
Kuno did?
He didn't.
It's cool. Just remember, Kuno doesn't save shit for free. Yeah, some cunt from your station came over and knife fucked you when you were sleeping. Nick's Fuckleave, I think he was called.
That guy.
Said he was a doctor, then fucked off and told me to phone him if you shit yourself.
That is what he would say.
If he did triage and left, you must be relatively stable. We're detecting druamine in your bloodstream. It's a potent morphine-based painkiller. The good doctor must have given you some. It's gonna suck when it wears off.
Why, in the name of fuck, would Kuno be it? Kuno's fucking smart. Kuno wasn't in that fuck pile. Kuno knows when shit goes south, unlike you. That's pretty cool to Kuno. Kuno's also a psycho. Go easy, pig. You want to lean on the Kuno or something?
You can take it. Just don't lean on the old leg too heavily. Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over.
So, how is it? Kuno's got zero patience for this weepy shit. Kuno's been through way worse than this.
Still, you see something akin to respect in his eyes.
Titus died. Some of his goons too. The whole fucking harbour is in lockdown right now. Even Kuno can't get in. Yeah, fucking dead. Died in the hospital, I hear. Union's all weepy and shit. It's probably your fault.
It probably is, fucking Butterfingers. It's the fault of those who killed him, not you.
No problem. Kuno shares the info. 2 days? Kuno's been out longer sleeping off the speed train. 2 days is nothing. 2 days is nothing to the Kuno. The fuck you asking Kuno for? How would Kuno know? Kuno's fucking 12. Tough shit, pig. All Kuno knows is the harbour is in lockdown. Town's fucked now. Half the hardy bitches are dead, and even your company bitch left. Kuno thinks you're fucked, but I can help you. What you got? Bounce that shit off Kuno. Yeah, that sounds real to Kuno. Forensic shit, true crime shit. Let's check out some crime scenes and assess shit. Pig style.
No, I
Anything
just
else?
realized his portrait's in the bottom left. He's my partner right now. That sucks for me.
There are fucking footprints everywhere, pig. Pigs are too into this footprint shit. Kuno just saw footprints outside on the sidewalk. Huh? That could have been there for years. Kuno thinks it's a dead end. You want Kuno to be a yes man? Or you want me to tell it like it is? Walls are full of holes here, pig. Even Kuno knows that.
Okay. It's a fair call.
There is no telling when it was made. He had a point there.
Yeah, what? What, Bells? Fuck, pig. Kuno doesn't know about this flower shit. Kuno's not feeling it.
He's wrong. What does he even know?
Sure, pig, sure. You better have more than some fucking roses if you want to bust this. Shit ain't nothing to Kuno. What now? Will Pig, you ready to walk, Will Pig? So, listen, Pig. Kuno's been thinking about shit and, Kuno's coming with you. Help you wrap this shit up, final style.
Asking for something, even asking to come along, doesn't come easy for him.
This scene is dead. Kuno's out of here. Might as well be a pig. Big up fucky fingers on me way out.
Look at him. Life hasn't been easy on him. You want to drag him along and put him through more shit? Your shit? Look, this might be his only way out. He is streetwise, knows the neighborhood, knows the people. He could be useful. This is a 12-year-old kid. You can't seriously be considering taking him along. What's going to happen to him?
Can I change my mind later?
Accepted the Kuno like a motherfucker. What are we gonna do now? Yeah, debrief Kuno. Let Kuno know the plan.
You did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Bitch next door. That's what Kuno's thinking too. Good call. Let's rock it, Pigman.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
The child. Dom's unfinished. Dom's unfinished too. The man with the hole in his head. Boring ass shit. Ah, motorcycle emptiness. That's a cool case. Kuno can solve that shit for the Beano. No one tells Kuno what to call something. But the Beano was alright in Kuno's book. Kuno's pig.
Very little. This is a daily writer. He's just started copying notes from his notebook, preparing them for filing. The case appears to be named, however. KK-57, 28 kilometers to the northeast, in the infirmary of Precinct 57, Lieutenant Kim Pinball Kitsuragi rests under a heart monitor. A triage sign, colored yellow, hangs from his injury record. Safe, it means. He coughs, propped up against the pillow. "Why are you here?" asks the man as the cough fit resides. His eyes are black and moist. "To inquire about the Lieutenant E. Freighter, sir. I am his partner," says Satellite Officer Jean Vicmer, standing in the doorway. "Then why are you wasting time here?" coughs Kim. "He's out there, in Martinez, unsupervised, without cover. You need to get there." His cough gets the best of him. He grabs a glass. On his right-hand side, a little blue notebook, open at case notes. This year, you can see references to The Child, half a dozen stolen property cases, titled Crossword Puzzles 2 to 2000.
If I run, is it gonna... I wonder if it's gonna, like, do physical damage if I keep running.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note, a few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. "I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs."
A gift, huh? That's fucking suspicious to Kuno. A trap, probably, but don't sweat it. You got the Kuno spot on you. Let's go in.
Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Yeah. Fugitive on the run shit. Kuno's seen this shit before.
I'm already tired of Kuno.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes.
Oh, Kuno knows this shit. Ballistic shit, science radio shit. Shows where the shot came from.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Pig? You're really fucking onto something there. Kuno's got no fucking clue. You need to pig this shit, cop style. Cool shit, Sub-Zero shit. Kuno's listening, you got his attention, so what's next?
The wind blows in from the open window. The boy squints, looking into the cold distance across the water. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Fuck yeah, I'm in. How are you gonna get to the island? Kuno has his ways, but that ain't for your fat old ass. There's this lady in the village. She... yeah, there are boats there. You go, do shit there. You'll get one on the coast.
Okay. Well said, Kuna.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Fucking cleaned it.
What a dick, dancing around in his maid uniform. Kuno forces an unnatural smile.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I hope at least your partner is recovering quickly. Also, you're staying here for free now. That's right, this establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a badass. Yeah, well, fuck you too then. You have any more questions or stylistic pronunciation advice?
Badass.
He's not too offended. The experience has changed something in him.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Really feels like you would want to have more to say to me right now.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man clenches his fists.
Oh no, you fly solo on this one. Those guys have been going around town, crying about their new asshole. Kuno can't handle this emotional shit when he's off the lightning.
He probably means they've been mourning their lost friends.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh? What?
Does he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
He wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis, Angie, they're all gone. But he got away without a scratch.
There's nothing left. Nothing.
He has lost the will to live. It's survivor's guilt. He feels like he should have died with the others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way. Not dead, but not really living either.
What? Sons of bitches.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys. No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see what he does with the whole Shanky business. Damn songbird of misery, that one. God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
She's gone. Face it.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
Hear that, Detective Pig? You're a fucking hero now.
I wouldn't go that far. But you got a home here if you need it. And 2 busted-up Union men who are grateful to you. So take care, okay?
He really means it.
I feel like I did a lot in the game, and having this outcome be what happened when
Kuno's
it feels like...
now. Can't be seen with pigs. Can't shit on Kuno's good name. So yeah, see you on the C4 island. Try not to get shot or drunk again. Kuno's counting on your ass.
Kuno will rejoin your party later.
But what if he didn't? Having this be the outcome just kind of feels like a huge middle finger to the way I chose to play the game. Like someone was trying to let me know that I played the game wrong. Surprise, you did it wrong, actually.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar. The red-dyed fuel oil glistens. This was painted very recently.
Yeah, I failed most of the roles, but I failed most of the roles because they were specifically in the stats that I didn't emphasize quite as much. I mean, if the game started with these are the stats you need to not fuck up at the end, then maybe I'd put points in it, but...
And blood. Some of it may even be yours. Looks like a giant mop was used to turn it into lettering. Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message. The flames warm your face. Then, a gust of cold wind, and the fire falters.
It's time to go to the island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
I mean, I'm not confused that there's other things that I could have, other boxes I could have checked that might have helped me. Like, maybe successfully finding my gun would have led to a different outcome. This feels like more of a prolonged failure state than anything, is all I'm saying.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible. Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood. It's nothing.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, based on the roles as they presented themselves. So I'm not looking to have anything confirmed. It doesn't frankly matter all that much. And so if I have to err on the side of whether to receive feedback or not receive feedback, I'd probably err on the side of not receiving feedback. But based on the roles, based on the options I was given, it feels like there was a possibility that I could have produced an outcome where we won that firefight, where I didn't get shot and Kim didn't get shot and all those things didn't happen. And they did. So.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
On that island? That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there, it's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
I don't know what those are. They're lies. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes. Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes. I don't know. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes. I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself.
Okay, that's not really on topic.
Don't say that, he didn't. I'm sorry. There's
Cool. That very closely modeled the experience of talking to actual children.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72, SRV made. This machine represents humanitarian aid from a workers' state on the Samaran Isola. The ROO logo on the engine gives it away. That and a white 5-pointed star. Once you get in, that's
this boat's powered by communism.
One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. There. This is now a rock and roll skiff. It'll keep you company on this lonely voyage. Very cool. Now tune it to SAD FM. You know you want to. SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last Want to be free.
The boat comes to a slow stop. You turn the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Good, you made it.
Cool. Kuno's back.
I mapped the place out, and it looks like both of us aren't gonna make it. This is Death Island, the Hellmore. I don't know. Maybe Kuno's just pessimistic because of the massive speed hangover. I did scout the place out. I can fill you in.
The kid turns away from you, cautiously looking to his left and right. He's on the edge. He hasn't been here before, either. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Cool fucking chain. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno would use it to bring shit to the island.
Good insight, Kuno. Appreciate it.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend.
No shivers. Absolutely not.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A silent hiss. See air moving through the needles of a pine tree. Col de Mamadakwa.
Did I find him?
What?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
Yeah? Spooky ass island. That's how it is on spooky ass islands. Silent and shit.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Is this a case for Detective Kuno? Idiot Cat Moon, inside car motors. Is Kuno magic? He is. Case solved.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Inter-Esalary Citizens Militia?
Yeah, pig. That's letter shit for you. The alphabet. Shit looks upside down to Kuno.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Dunno, maybe. Sorta looks like stars to Kuno. Or like islands, maybe? Fuck does Kuno know?
Thank you, Kuno. It's the DeLorean symbol of Insulinda, the face in the sea. old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right.
This shit's cold?
No, this isn't right.
Smells like mazout. Heavy fuel shit. Don't know. Looks like downstairs somewhere.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Yeah.
Fuck does Kuno know?
Is it not the wisest man who knows he knows nothing?
Probably because it's winter. Some bums who camp here don't want to freeze to death. Maybe. Probably. Kuno's probably right.
It's...
Alright. We're on to something. Kuno meant fire guy too. Yeah, no. Kuno doesn't come here, I told you.
Yeah, unfortunately I feel like maybe some pathway through this game might have allowed me to do this with Kim. So, that's nice.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Check this shit. Someone's been squatting here. Kuno knows because this shit looks like Kuno's place.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, without really hearing it.
Hey, Kuno doesn't want to hurt your feelings, but you look like shit. Maybe you should lie down in the bed. Like, recover before you die.
Yeah.
Cool, whatever. Kuno doesn't really give a shit.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Been reading shit here. Hooked on the book.
Conceptualization, huh? Sorry, I left my conceptualization pants at home. Real bummer on that one.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories, Animal Adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering, and an international thriller. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
I wonder if you give Kuno the speed back rather than taking it from him, if he's got all different dialogue through this and he's way more insufferable.
Yeah.
He has no idea what that means. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Yeah, cool. Detective shit.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's not hooked on the book. Trying to get me hooked on it. Teachers and shit.
This means we have a critical theory-loving vagrant here. Interesting. The greasy old...
I'm gonna say it again.
The bed is quite inviting. You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Yeah? What?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off.
Hey. I mean, hey to you too? I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? God, Harry. You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
Desperation is gearing up. This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway. No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
That's just normal stuff, yeah.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet.
Okay.
Not
don't-
after that. You're
don't try
still
to kiss her.
reeling.
Okay.
You'll fall over if you try it now.
Yeah, don't try to do that.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless Found Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome. I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless Fallen Rider. Back then. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
We're all evil apes.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
Great. It's the abyss of the void. Soon it will be the gloaming.
Oh,
Then
you've
it
heard
will
of the
be
gloaming.
The world ending. My friends are waiting for me on the platform, Harry. It's impolite to... I will. You don't have to hate the world. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is?
Oh, yeah.
I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome. It wasn't a fight. I was never fighting you. Let's stop it with the apes. This isn't going anywhere.
You told her you loved her. She has to feel something.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Now I know you said don't try to kiss her, but like...
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth.
Easy check.
She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine, her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff, her center guarded from your motions, unresponsive to your guidance. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. Apricot-scented chewing gum. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
Well, that didn't go well.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
Don't worry, I already removed it.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, I'm just Dora. Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head. It does not. It goes on. Children run in the back alleys. Pigeons take flight. She shakes her head one more time as the evening wind rustles her hair.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. You know what this means.
Not gonna let me get out of that one, are you?
Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this. Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Then why are you doing this? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping. Nothing will. I've been poisoned by newspaper and news. All I can do is scream at them and think of her secretly.
Hey, Eska.
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
No, that would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
I have no commentary, sorry. That's a lot.
Oh, there, man. You've been squealing and thrashing around. Crazy. And now you're bleeding too? Again? Sure. That's why you mumbled about bitches. Real fine. Right? Pig takes it like a man. Good for you. Bitches always trying to damage you with psi weapons. Psi style. You wouldn't believe the shit Kuno sees about sea.
It's not good. this sea in his dreams.
Now let's get this shit back on the road, yo. Just make sure you don't die. Kuno's no fucking mortician.
Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
Old hardware from the big power box upstairs. Circuit bender shit. Military grade. The fuck is this agent ouvert, allumer, radio diffusé? Maybe like press the buttons or something?
The console is powered off and covered in dust. Urgence ouvert reads a dial.
Kuno's gonna stop you right there. This ain't gonna work. Not without the juice. You gotta fuel that shit if you want it to work. Let's look outside, maybe.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall. This is B triple prime on the island, a nest. There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker! You see in the window or not?
More than that.
Kuno fucking knew it. This is a sniper's nest, right? Fucking assassin action. Kuno barely understands what's happening, but he likes the shit out of it. Where? Right fucking on.
He feels uncomfortable suddenly.
Let's get a move on. We're out in the open here.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use.
It's a pretty long shot, yeah.
Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. The same rear brand from Land's End before. Interesting.
Alright, I don't know how much is left, and it's getting late, so, we'll finish this tomorrow. It feels like, we're in the end times. So,